to make them deaf to your word. Lord, keep us all from sometimes forgetting that your commands are meant for us and your promises are true. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next time I won't show up for the ice cream, just deliver it to the office.
You got it, I will.
I'm not going to give them 1 minute speech.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 1, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 107, H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, today, Senate Republicans have to decide. Choose the American people or bow down to Donald Trump and his coterie of billionaires. Because this bill, as we have said for months, steals people's health care, jacks up their electricity bill, takes away their jobs, all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. All month. Can we have order, Mr. President? All month, Senate Democrats have put this bill on trial in the court of public opinion. We've exposed how it steals Medicaid from more than 16 million Americans. We've exposed how it takes away food benefits from millions of hungry kids. We've exposed how this bill increases the debt by $3.5 trillion to bankroll billionaire tax breaks. We've shown how this bill increases the debt $1 trillion more than the House bill. We've shown how this bill cuts Medicaid even more than the House bill. We've shown how this bill kills climate jobs even more than the House bill. With every rewrite, Senate Republicans have made their bill more extreme, pro-billionaire, and more hostile to people's health care and livelihood. Why do they do that? There's a small group on that side of the aisle, MAGA hard right-wingers, who are dictating what's happened, and all the rest of the senators on the Republican side who know it's wrong, go along. A small group, they don't represent more than 10% of the American people, but they're dictating what this body does. A, because of the rules we have, a simple majority, but B, because our colleagues on the Republican side lack the courage of their convictions to do the right thing for the American people. It's outrageous. Cutting people's health care, causing people to get sicker and to even die. Cutting people's health care so that it's certain almost that more people will die. Just to give tax breaks to billionaires. It is so destructive for Republicans to pass a bill like this at a time when people pay more for groceries, when people pay more for rent, pay more for child care, pay more for medication. It makes no sense to reward the billionaire class and special interests at the expense of everyone else. Look, there's nothing wrong with being wealthy, but they don't need another tax break. And they certainly shouldn't get a tax break by taking food from the mouths of hungry children. How outrageous, how cruel, how mean, how heartless, how uncaring. All to help the billionaires who they're enthralled to. And no surprise, make no surprise about it, many Republicans themselves don't seem all happy about the bill in front of them. We heard what our colleague from North Carolina had to say about this bill. My guess is about half, maybe even more than half of the Republicans in the Senate totally agree with him. But he had the courage to speak the truth, the backbone to speak the truth. But not our other colleagues. Senator Tillis spoke candidly. He was one of the few truth tellers on the other side. The bill devastates his state, but make no mistake about it, it'll devastate the states of most every Republican here. And year and month, week after week, month after month, year after year, when this bill passes, the destructive detritus will be all over their states. People losing jobs, people's costs going up, people not getting health care, hungry kids not getting food. It's a piece of legislation that Tillis can't sell back home, and you won't be able to either, my Republican colleagues. How can any senator go home and tell their constituents, I'm sorry, I took away your health care because I wanted to give tax breaks to billionaires? And yet, Republicans are dead set on walking off a cliff by passing a bill they know will be ruinous to their own constituents. That's why Senate Democrats forced this chamber to read the bill cover to cover. That's why we debated all day yesterday. And now, it's the Republicans' turn to vote. Later this morning, Very soon, we will begin the vote-a-rama process. Senate Democrats will bring one amendment after the other, again and again and again, to put Republicans on the record. We'll begin this morning with a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair to try and reverse Senate Republicans' brazen attempts to deceive the American people about the true cost of the bill. Republicans are doing something that has never been done before in the Senate by deploying fake math and budgetary hocus pocus to make it seem like their billionaire giveaways don't cost anything. That's obviously outrageous, and it's absurd that the budget chair is taking the Senate down this fact-free road. He is helping erode, even destroy the Senate. Every senator will soon have an opportunity to reject this.
Remind the senator of Rule 19.
Every senator will soon have an opportunity to reject this nonsense and vote for common sense budgeting.
We do a little trolling.
Americans
It's called
will
we
be
do a
watching.
little trolling.
And later this morning, I will offer a very simple amendment to send this bill back to the Finance Committee so that we can get rid of any provision that raises health care costs for families and small businesses to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And my colleagues will offer many other amendments here too. And we will see once and for all if Republicans really meant all those nice things they've been saying about strengthening Medicare, about protecting middle-class families, or if they were just lying. The American people will find out in a few hours. Republicans have said they don't want to cut Medicaid. Today, we'll give you the chance. Republicans say they want to prioritize the middle class. Today, we'll give you the chance. Our amendments will give Republicans so many chances to defend Medicaid and SNAP and good-paying jobs and clean energy that if they say no, they'll regret it long after this debate is done. Finally, to my Republican colleagues, let me offer a warning in good faith. You all know that Donald Trump makes things up. He has no regard for the truth. When he talks about this bill, he's lying. When Donald Trump says this bill won't cut Medicaid, he's lying. When he says this bill will grow the economy, he's lying. When he says this is the best thing Congress could pass for our country, he's lying. So what are my colleagues on the Republican side going to do? Listen to someone who just makes things up? Listen to someone who peddles lies and fantasies? Follow Donald Trump off a political cliff by passing a bill that will be disastrous for the people back home? Or will my colleagues stand up for the American people? Stand up to protect health care, good-paying jobs, middle-class families? The American people will not forget what Republicans do in this chamber today. Yield the floor.
To my colleagues, it's going to be a long day, and I just want to remind everybody the rules of the Senate, Rule 19, no senator to debate shall directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming of a senator.
President.
Recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're going to vote here real soon on a bill that's been worked on for many, many months. And I want to start by thanking the staff on the committees, the relevant committees, the floor staff, everybody that's been around that has to put in the hours and get us to where we are today. They are extraordinary people who are very dedicated to their jobs and to public service, and we're grateful for that. And I will say, too, because we went through the reading of the bill, which the Democrat leader just pointed out was important for people to hear, through the middle of the night, and, I don't think there was a big American audience for that. I think a lot of people were at their jobs, working their shifts. People like nurses and firefighters who are going to benefit under this bill. To think that they were sitting there in their jobs watching the bill be read on the floor for endless hours in the middle of the night, I'm not sure what that achieved, but I'll tell you what the senator said, the Democrat leader, back in 2021, when a Republican senator required that to be done. He said this, and I quote, "It will accomplish little more than a few sore throats for the Senate clerks who work very hard day in, day out to help the Senate function, end quote. And those clerks are here today, and one of the reasons that we tried to give them a break last night is because they had to stay here the night before to read through the bill. In the dead of the night, nobody watching, but they did it. So hopefully they got a little bit of rest last night so we can start this off. Mr. President, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the most successful economic policy pieces of legislation in history. And the data bears it out. You look at what happened after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, unemployment hit a 50-year low, poverty levels at record level lows, and incomes grew. Incomes and wages increased, most among lower income Americans. We started to narrow the wage gap as a result of the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So what is this about? This is about extending that tax relief so the same people that benefited from it back in 2017 and for the last 8 years don't end up having a colossal, massive tax increase hitting them in the face come January 1. Now, who are those people, Mr. President? It's people, it's families making less than $400,000 a year on whom the bulk of this would fall. $2.6 trillion of this tax hike that they're supporting would hit families making less than $400,000 a year. It would hit small businesses to the tune of $600 billion in tax increases. These are pass-through businesses, the businesses who are out there creating the jobs every day. If we don't do this, they're going to face a $600 billion tax increase. That's what we're talking about. And if you want to put it in plain terms, if you're one of those families making less than $400,000 a year, the child tax credit would be cut in half. The standard deduction would be cut in half. And you wouldn't get the benefit that many taxpayers are going to get under the legislation that we're going to be debating today, which would allow tips to go untaxed, allow overtime to go untaxed. So those nurses and those firefighters that are working the long shifts, not watching the bill be read here on the Senate floor, actually get something out of this that makes their families more able to cope with the challenges that they face every day. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a massive, by any stretch of the imagination, success. And probably no better evidence of that than the fact that the Congressional Budget Office, which has been quoted a lot here in the last few hours, actually underestimated the amount of revenue that would come into the federal government by $1.5 trillion. Estimated the amount of growth, underestimated, the amount of growth in the economy by 5.4%. Dramatically underestimated what it would generate in terms of revenue and what it would generate in terms of growth. So let's just say what this is. And by the way, billionaires next year will pay the same tax rate they're paying this year. The people who are going to get hit with a tax increase if we don't do something are those families making less than $400,000 a year, who are going to see their child tax credit cut in half, their standard deduction cut in half, their rates go back up to what they were in 2017. And in my state of South Dakota, the average family is going to pay $2,500 more if we don't do something to extend the tax relief that was passed in 2017. Now, the other thing that Democrat leader got and talked about is, they're going to be cutting Medicaid. Mr. President, there are a lot of government programs that haven't been looked at in a long time. We all acknowledge that 75% now of federal spending is what we call mandatory spending. Entitlement programs, things that Congress doesn't annually appropriate for. And it continues to grow at an uncontrollable rate. In fact, the growth in the rate of Medicaid spending in the last 5 years has been 50%. That's not sustainable. We know that's not sustainable. And in the time I've been here, we have never, ever done anything to reform and improve and strengthen these programs that are growing at an unsustainable rate that will wreck our economy and wreck our country if we don't start making some changes. And so, yes, there are some improvements and reforms to Medicaid to make it more efficient, to make sure that the people who are supposed to benefit from Medicaid do, and that it doesn't go to people who shouldn't benefit from Medicaid. Now, most of the increase in spending in Medicaid has been in what we call the expansion population. And that's the number of people out there for whom states get a 90%
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
reimbursement
trolling.
from the federal government. And so that has grown dramatically. And what does that represent? It's a lot of able-bodied adults. People
We do a little
who
trolling.
should be
It's called
working.
we do a little trolling.
People who are perhaps, don't need to be getting the assistance that's designed for people who are disabled and low-income elderly and pregnant moms. That's what Medicaid was about. And states have, with the federal government, a partnership shared for the years at a traditional rate. The expansion population is 90% paid for by the federal taxpayers. And so what do states do? They game the system to get more federal money. They add more people to the rolls. And so you have people on the rolls today who are here illegally, and people on the rolls here today who are not eligible for this program, and you have people here today for whom there is, in that program, for whom there's no work requirement. And so what this does, it makes some reforms, one of which includes work requirements. I don't think that's a novel concept. It certainly isn't a concept that I think most Americans would disagree with. In fact, it was a Democrat president. Back in the 1990s, there was something called welfare reform. Bill Clinton, a Democrat president, proposed work requirements for welfare recipients. And you want to know something? The work requirements in the Welfare Reform Act passed back in 1996 and signed into law by Democrat President Bill Clinton had stronger work requirements that are included in this bill. Stronger work requirements in a bill passed, signed into law by a Democrat president than what's in this bill, and proposed, I might add, by a Democrat president. So that's one of the reforms that we're making. And these are reforms, Mr. President, are going to make this program stronger, more effective, more efficient, improve it in a way that it gets the assistance to the people for whom it was intended and not to people who are gaming the system. And yes, we address the issue of provider taxes, which has been abused. No question about it. It's another way to leverage federal money, get more federal money into the state coffers, and the states have used it for things not just to cover people, but also for other reasons. And you like states like New York and California who've gamed the system. So the whole issue of what we're doing with the Medicaid program is to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, make it work in the way in which it was intended to cover the people for whom it was intended, and to make sure that we have work requirements included there. To the current policy baseline. Everybody got up last night and they were clamoring and yelling very animated speeches about how the Republicans they're using a current policy baseline. How could they ever do that? Well, you know what? Back in 2012, President Obama, and one of the people who was working for him at the time, named Jeff Zients, used the current policy baseline to make permanent the Bush tax cuts. And the way he described it, Jeff Zients described it at the time, he called it the alternative fiscal scenario. That's how they explained to the American people. And then he translated it and said what it is, it's a current policy baseline. So the Democrats have used this before. In fact, they you could argue, pioneered it. But current policy baseline is something that's been used by both sides. So it's a little, spare me the hypocrisy and the noise about current policy baseline. Alternative fiscal scenario, he called it, and then he went on to explain current policy baseline. Finally, with regard to the issue of the deficits, it is rich to hear Democrats all of a sudden concerned about debt and deficits. Really? I mean, I've been here a long time, and I've not been involved in a single spending debate and fight in which Republicans were trying to spend less and Democrats were trying to spend more, with one exception, and that's national security. Democrats are always willing to cut defense, but never want to cut anywhere else. That's my experience. And I think it was borne out a couple years ago when Democrats had then what we have now, which is unified control of the government. They had House, Senate, and White House, and so they had an opportunity to use reconciliation, which they did twice. One of the bills cost $2 trillion. The other bill cost $1 trillion. And it was all spending. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a fundamental difference between us here. And I understand that. We have different views about the role of government. Democrats like government, and one of the things we know about government is when you send money to Washington, money is power. And when you send money to Washington from the American taxpayers, that means Washington has more power. It has more control. And Republicans fundamentally have believed that it's better if you allow the American people to keep their own money, that you distribute power out of Washington, D.C., back to state and local governments who are closer to the people and can make better decisions that are more informed by what's actually happened in their individual states. And so when we use reconciliation to keep taxes low, and by the way, that's all we are doing here is extending current tax policy. We are preventing over a $4 trillion tax increase on the American people. And when you vote against this, that's what you'd be voting for. Now, a good example of this spending issue was the 2011 Budget Control Act, in which, authored by a number of people, including Senator McConnell, they created a super committee, equally represented on both sides of the aisle. And they met for a long time to try and come up with some ways that we could come up with ways to reform entitlement programs. And of course, what happened? They deadlocked, because every Democrat voted against it, every Republican voted for it, and it even included some revenue increases, which is something Democrats are always for. So getting up and talking about deficits all of a sudden, honestly, is kind of mind-blowing coming from this side of the aisle. What we are doing here is extending existing tax policy, using a current policy baseline which was used by the Democrats, President Obama, Jeff Zients, no less than a little more than 10 years ago. So, Mr. President, it's time to vote, and Democrats will get a chance. They'll offer all their amendments, and they'll attack this thing as cutting taxes for billionaires. What we are doing here is extending tax relief for the American people, keeping their rates low, making sure they don't have their child tax credit cut in half, their standard deduction cut in half, including new provisions that provide more relief for working Americans, which is what President Trump campaigned on. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, lower taxes for seniors, for Social Security recipients. These are all targeted at working Americans.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
That is first and foremost about what this is about. This, Mr. President, will make this country safer, stronger.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
It addresses military modernization. It addresses securing our border. It addresses restoring energy dominance. It extends tax relief for the American people. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little tax increase at the end of the year. And yes, it includes some savings associated with reforms that are made in a way.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
federal
trolling.
Programs to where it was intended to go. And yes, we have work requirements. Work requirements that were initiated by Bill Clinton and the Clinton administration during welfare reform back in the 1990s. Only, I would say again, they're not as strong. The work requirements included in that legislation back in the 1990s, what we have in this bill, the work requirements here, are not as strong. Mr. President, let's vote. This is good for America. This is good for the American people. It's good for working families. And it's been a long debate. I know people are weary. But at the end of the day, we want to get this done so that this country is safer and stronger and more prosperous, not only for today, but for future generations of Americans. That there be 2 minutes equally divided prior to all roll call votes in relation to calendar number 107, H.R. 1.
Without objection.
Well, they have to make. Okay, so,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
well, we're about to vote on something that we have never seen before in the Senate. And rather than be honest with the American people about the true costs of these billionaire giveaways, and by the way, I didn't hear Donald Trump campaigning on tax breaks for billionaires, which is the main thrust of this bill. He wouldn't tell them about that. But Republicans are doing something the Senate has never done before. deploying fake math, accounting gimmicks to hide the true cost of the bill. Look, Republicans can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want to try and make the math work on paper, but you can't paper over the real-life economic consequences of adding tens of trillions to the debt, and that's what this does. Make no mistake about it, and it's the way we've always calculated things. So, to vote yes on this, make no mistake about it, my colleagues, will in a dramatic way further erode the Senate. I urge a no vote.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
as to being weary, I feel great. I've never felt better. I've been wanting to do this for like a long time, and our ship's about in. So I'm very happy, Budget Chairman. As to what we're talking about right now, we're not overruling the parliamentarian because she said it was up to the Budget Chairman to set the baseline. The chair made a decision that was right. The budget resolution gives me the authority that we all passed to do this. In 2008, Senator Conrad changed the baseline to accommodate the Farm Bill, and the Republican former chairman, Judge Gregg, said the chairman of the Budget Committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. That's what I'm doing. In 2022, Senator Sanders directed CBO to write a new scoring rule, changing the baseline to get Head Start money into the budget. So this has been done. In 2012, in a bipartisan fashion, as the Bush tax cuts were about to expire, they extended them using current policy. Back home, what I'm trying to do, and I'm very happy about it, is make sure the tax cuts don't expire 10 years from now. I want you to be able to go to bed tonight and wake up tomorrow knowing the tax cuts you have today are permanent, unless one day my Democratic colleagues change it through resolution, through reconciliation. So if you're for open borders, this bill is your worst nightmare because we control the border. If you want higher taxes, which apparently they do, this bill is your nightmare because we're going to keep tax cuts low. If you want to have a weak military, this is a bad bill for you because we give the military $150 billion. If you think Washington should control spending, this is a good bill for you. If you think the government is running just perfectly and nothing can be changed, this is your nightmare. So for those big liberal folks who I like personally, this bill is a nightmare for you. This bill is good for the American people who work hard. People got to work when they can. That's a good thing. If you want taxes low, we deliver. If you want to secure the border like President Trump has done, we make it that way forever by having $175 billion spent to get it controlled forever, not just right now. This is a good bill. We're doing nothing that we haven't done before. Vote yes to uphold the ruling of the chair. We're starting a process that is long overdue in this town, controlling spending, keeping taxes down, making the military strong, and finally looking at a way to get efficiency in government. Vote yes.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. I got you. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Did you hear that? Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino,
We do a
Mr.
little
Mullen,
trolling.
Ms.
It's called we
Murkowski,
do a little trolling.
Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Gotcha. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, King, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schumer, and Smith. Mr. Justice? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Lujan? No. No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Peters? No. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Hawley? Aye. He said, Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Gallego? No.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. McConnell? Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Rono? No. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Thank you. Bye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Just Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the Senate.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Schumer motion, number 1. Motion to commit on health care costs, Markey motion, and then Klobuchar motion. Point of order.
Okay. Without objection.
Mr. President, I make a point of order under Section 313B1B of the Congressional Budget Act against Title VII of Substitute Amendment number 2360.
Under the Congressional Budget Act and the precedents of the Senate, the chair must rely on determinations made by the Budget Committee in assessing the budgetary effects of the amendment. Section 312 of the Budget Act states, for purposes of this title and Title IV, the levels of new budget authority, outlays, direct spending, new entitlement authority, and revenues for a fiscal year shall be determined on the basis of estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. Unless the Budget Committee, speaking to its chairman, asserts that the amendment causes a violation of the Budget Act, the chair will not so hold. Therefore, Mr. Leader, the point of order is not well taken.
President,
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There appears to be.
There are now 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
There are now 2 minutes of debate, equally divided. Senator from Oregon.
I ask the CBO letter of June 29 to the ranking member of the Budget Committee be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
And in this letter, it notes that the baseline was prepared, the alternative baseline, based on a request made by the chairman of the Senate Committee on the Budget. But the letter goes on to say this. The CBO estimates that enacting this title would increase the deficit by nearly $3.5 trillion over the 2025-34 period. Clearly, that amount, done by honest numbers from CBO, exceeds the budget resolution level, and therefore we should not affirm the ruling of the chair. It is said in this ruling, I just heard, that precedent provides a foundation for this. But in fact, the ability of the chair to create a phony baseline has never been used in reconciliation. Not ever. And in fact, the example cited over Head Start, that never appeared in any budget reconciliation. And in fact, that conversation about Jeffrey Zients that we heard from the Majority Leader, that too was absolutely wrong. Current law was used for estimating the cost of that bill. This
time has expired.
51-year tradition of the Senate.
The senator's time has expired.
Mr. President.
The leader is recognized. I'm sorry.
Senator from
Idaho is
Idaho.
recognized. Sorry.
Mr. President, we're just rehashing the same old arguments, but I want to make something really clear. This Congress, in the budget resolution for this reconciliation, adopted the current policy baseline. CBO scored that current policy baseline. It said that our bill generates a $506 billion deficit reduction. The ranking member for the Budget Committee asked them to give it a new score based on a different baseline, the current law baseline, which says that we have to say that if we don't raise people's taxes, that we're causing a deficit. They said they would, they always do. They give the scores that different members of Congress ask them to give, and they gave that score and said, well, if you raise taxes by $4 trillion, then you will have a $4 trillion increase in tax revenue. That's what the whole debate is about, folks. You can complain and use different words and deficits and all that stuff. There is a CBO score on the baseline adopted by this Congress on this resolution that sets the score at $506 or $507 billion of deficit reduction.
Where is it? He has it up here. Just this top, this whole thing.
Okay. The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal,
Blackburn on your left. I'm hoping.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Mastel, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, I got you, Senator. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Houston, Mrs. Hyde Smith,
We need to get through that. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
I need Graham to say it. I don't need it on the paper.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
We do a little trolling. It's called we
Mr.
do a little
Markey,
trolling.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
We do a little trolling.
Mr.
It's called
McCormick,
we do a little
Mr.
trolling.
Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Cotton, aye. Senators voting the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth,
We do a little trolling.
Durbin,
It's called we
Fetterman,
do a little
Gallego,
trolling.
Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley,
We
Murphy,
do a little trolling.
Murray,
It's called we do a
Ossoff,
little
Padilla,
trolling.
Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
I don't see how we can. Yeah, I don't see how we cannot. Yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the Senate.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that Senator Risch and I be permitted to speak for up to 1 minute each regarding the recent tragedy in our state.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate has important work to accomplish today to prevent a more than $4 trillion tax hike on American workers and families, and we will accomplish that goal. However, while business continues here, life for the North Idaho community of Coeur d'Alene remains at a very painful standstill as we mourn the horrific loss of 2 firefighters. Yesterday afternoon, firefighters from Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai County were responding to a fire on Canfield Mountain. Upon arrival, they were ambushed by gunfire. 2 brave firefighters were murdered. Another has already undergone surgery for gunshot wounds. As we continue our work today, I ask my colleagues to join me in sending your prayers for that firefighter's full recovery, for the deceased victims, for their families, and for the entire North Idaho community grieving this heinous act. Senator Risch.
Thank you. Mr. President, fellow senators, while the Senate continues our important work to provide the American people with the largest tax cut in history today, we would be remiss if we did not pause for a moment and call attention to the tragic events that happened in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho yesterday. While responding to a fire, as my colleague indicated, two of North Idaho's brave firefighters were ambushed and murdered, and one is in serious to critical condition. This evil attack on the people who dedicate their lives to protecting and serving our communities is despicable, and it's not Idaho. I ask my Senate colleagues to join me, Senator Crapo, and all Idahoans in praying for the victims, their loved ones, and all who have been affected by this reprehensible act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
I stand with my Idaho colleagues. This is a very tight-knit community between Washington and Idaho. Many Washington police and responders participated in yesterday's activities. Our hearts go out to the people of Idaho, and yes, we want a moment of silence to remember these firefighters.
Thank you, and thank you to Washington for your help. You did send a number of first responders there, which were very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I too just want to stand and join with our colleagues from Idaho with our deep sorrow for everyone in those impacted communities. It is close to the border of Washington. Many of our responders joined with all of you, and our hearts and thoughts and prayers go to everyone impacted. That community will be devastated for a long time to come.
Thank you. And as we close, I would just like to thank my colleagues from Washington, as well as all of you. Many of you have come up and expressed your sentiments today. And I would say even the federal workers were there, the FBI and others. There was a huge influx of support from those who put their lives on the line every day, and some lost their lives yesterday. And so because of that, I just ask that you join us for just a moment of silence and prayer. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from New York is recognized.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance, the Senate, with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days, not counting any day which the Senate is not in session.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, can we have order, please? This amendment, the first we will offer, is simple. It undoes the travesty that is at the core of the Republican bill. Their bill, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which is really a big, ugly betrayal, cuts taxes for billionaires by taking away health care from millions of people. So my amendment simply says, if people's health care costs go up, the billionaire tax cuts vanish. Republicans, you can tell in their speeches already, are on the defensive. They know how bad this bill is for the American people. They know that Donald Trump is lying when he says it won't cut health care. I salute my colleague from North Carolina. We all heard what our colleague from North Carolina had to say yesterday about this bill. My guess is about half, maybe even more than half, of the Republicans in the Senate agree with him. But he had the courage to speak the truth. He said it himself. The bill devastates his state, but make no mistake about it, it will devastate the states of almost every Republican here. It is outrageous, outrageous to take food out of the mouths of hungry children, to take health care away from people who need it to survive.
Your time has expired.
Just for tax cuts for billionaires. and the American people know it. To my colleagues in
Senator's
conclusion,
time has expired.
To my colleagues in conclusion, I say you know what the right thing is. Say no to gutting health care. Say no to gutting jobs. Say no to this shameful,
The senator's time has expired.
backward bill, and vote yes on
The
my
chair
bill.
recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be something that we hear just a lot of today, and this will just be the first shot at it. The bottom line is, billionaires are going to pay the same amount of taxes after this bill as they paid before this bill. They're going to pay the same amount. This notion about billionaires getting a tax cut at the expense of everybody else is just the politics of class rather than the politics of fear. The rest of the argument is the politics of fear. The reality is the reforms we are putting into place are to try to rein in control of wasteful and fraudulent and abusive spending that actually diverts resources away from the people who these programs really deserve to receive. I urge a strong
We do a little
no vote
trolling. It's
against
called we
this
do a
amendment.
little trolling.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, gotcha. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, thanks. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Crapo, no.
I'm going to have to study this.
Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Murkowski, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
Mr.
trolling.
Risch, no. Mr. Murphy, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Oh. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Booker and Kelly. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye.
On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I further ask further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I rise today to cut any part of this big, ugly bill that would force rural hospitals to limit their services or actually close their doors. I have released a list of more than 300 rural hospitals across the country at risk of closing or stopping services because of any major cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Today, that's what Republicans are guaranteeing. With a $1 trillion cut to our healthcare system, they would create in this bill. My Republican colleagues' so-called Medicaid cuts replacement fund is like giving aspirin to a cancer patient. It is not enough. It is pathetically inadequate to deal with the health care crisis Republicans are creating here today on the Senate floor. No billionaire tax break or Donald Trump pat on the back is worth the risk of people's lives. Vote yes on this motion. Stop these health care cuts.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, more of the politics of fear. Rural hospitals and providers not only deliver essential health care services in their communities, but also strengthen local economies, employing hundreds of individuals and supporting regional business development. Unfortunately, for far too long, some rural hospitals have struggled to achieve financial stability, even with a wide range of targeted payment enhances. These issues predate the consideration of the reforms that we are including in the legislation today. Let me be clear. This amendment is intended to derail this very bill. The Finance Committee has a long tradition of coming together on bipartisan issues, like bolstering our rural health care system, and I look forward to working with all my colleagues to advance permanent solutions to provide rural providers from telehealth to innovative reimbursement models. Today, we need to pass this essential legislation, and I oppose this amendment.
The motion is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Brasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
Somebody will be up in just a second.
Okay. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. No.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Schumer? Aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. McCormick? Mr. McCormick? No. Mr. Hoven? No. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. No. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. No. Mr. Risch. No.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Curtis. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden, motion to commit. Coons, motion to commit.
Without objection. I recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure contains an unfunded intergovernmental mandate, and thus it violates Section 425A2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
nutrition assistance alone. This bill shifts tens of billions of dollars onto the states, creating chaos for state budgets.
We do a little
and
trolling. It's
for
called
families.
we do a little trolling.
CBO score for this bill says this: the non-tax provisions of the substitute amendment would impose intergovernmental and private sector mandates as defined in the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act, and that the SNAP cost shift provisions would impose the largest intergovernmental mandate. Seriously, the largest shift in this whole bill, the largest unfunded mandate, is on the backs of kids and veterans and seniors and people with disabilities. $64 billion over to the states. 44 of them have balanced budget amendments. You know they can't pay for this. It's hurting local grocery stores. It's hurting our farmers. And it's all done to pay for tax cuts to the wealthy. I say to our colleagues, vote for families over billionaires, vote for fiscal sanity over this big, beautiful betrayal, and vote yes, this is an unfunded mandate.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
I rise to waive the point of order raised by my colleague from Minnesota. I urge my colleagues to vote to waive the point of order. In 2023, the SNAP payment error exceeded 11%, amounting to more than $10 billion in misspent taxpayer dollars. This underscores the need for stronger state accountability in administering this program. This title incentivizes states to be a better steward of taxpayer dollars, to use resources that are prioritized for those most in need. If a state's payment error is below 6%, that state is exempt from any share of the cost of SNAP benefits. This is a reasonable approach that will help preserve the integrity and long-term sustainability of the program. There is ample time for the states to adjust, plan, and budget for this to take effect in 2028. States can also work to lower their payment error rate over the next couple of years so that they would be exempt from the match altogether. I move to waive the point of order for the consideration of the pending legislation and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin. Johnson. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Sullivan, I think.
Bud, thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren,
We do a little
Mr.
trolling.
Welch,
It's
Mr.
called we do a
Whitehouse,
little
Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Height-Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hawley, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Surprising insights from this extensive material, helping you grasp not just what's inside, but why it matters to you and what its broader implications could be.
That's right. Think of us as your expert guides, kind of navigating the often dense language of Capitol Hill, translating the legalese into those crucial aha moments. This bill, reported by Mr. Arrington from the Committee on the Budget, is truly a legislative behemoth. It touches on an incredible array of topics. You mentioned nutrition, national defense, student loans, energy policy, even, believe it or not, how you might pay for your car in the future.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Learners striving to be well-informed in, well, a world of information overload. Let's find out.
We'll explore key provisions.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Dates and the potential implications as described within the text itself. Our goal is to provide a clear, impartial understanding.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Well-informed on its wide-ranging proposals, giving you, a firm grasp of the forest, even if we dip into the details of a few specific trees.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
You hear the name, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What exactly is this, and why the big and maybe beautiful moniker? Beyond the catchy name, what makes H.R. 11 such a significant piece of legislation?
Well, the HR in H.R. 11, that just stands for House Resolution. It means it started in the House of Representatives. Simple enough, but the big part, it really lives up to its name. The bill itself states its purpose is to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H-Con Restos 14. Now, what does reconciliation mean in this context? It's a special legislative process. It allows certain budget-related legislation to pass the Senate with just a simple majority rather than the usual 60-vote threshold needed to...
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to.
President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this is a motion supported by all Finance Democrats to send the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike all the Medicaid cuts and ensure that big corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. It is now clear that there is bipartisan opposition in the Senate to the Medicaid cuts in this bill. That's because it's the biggest Medicaid cut in history and represents the largest transfer of wealth in history. It is caviar over kids, hedge funds over health care, Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. These Medicaid cuts are going to reach down into every corner of our nation's health care system. As we've heard from rural America, rural hospitals will close their doors. Seniors are going to lose care at home and be left with fewer nursing homes and fewer nurses. Kids with disabilities will lose health care. We saw them on the steps of the Capitol last night. Never have I seen legislation
Senator's time's expired.
focused on denying health care to eligible Americans.
Senator's time is expired.
An opportunity to take these awful Medicaid cuts off the table and find another way forward. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, good morning. It's great to be here. I just want to share with America the great work that Republicans have done on Medicaid, that we're preserving it, we're protecting it, we're strengthening it for those who need it the most. We're going to make sure that your seniors in nursing homes, that pregnant women, that children, that people on disabilities have Medicaid in the future. We are fiscally making Medicaid more sound. You know, it's only in Washington, D.C. that you increase spending at a rate faster than inflation, and you call it a cut. So we're increasing spending on this legislation. We're increasing funding for Medicaid. We are preserving and protecting it for those who need it the most. I urge everyone to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The questions on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin.
Okay, so it's a procedural shortcut, in a way.
Exactly. It makes it a very powerful tool for enacting significant policy changes tied to federal spending, revenue, and the debt ceiling. What makes this particular reconciliation bill so big is just how comprehensive it is. It's not a single issue piece of legislation at all. This bill is a sprawling package touching on no fewer than 11 different committee areas, from agriculture all the way to Ways and Means. It covers an incredibly diverse set of federal programs and policies. It's really designed to be a sweeping overhaul, a true legislative omnibus, which is, well, why we're giving it this in-depth treatment today.
Right, so it's not just a single issue bill, it's more like a legislative omnibus. Yeah. Designed to be
Mr. Banks,
potentially fast-tracked
Mr. Barrasso,
through Congress because of that.
Mr. Bennett.
Reconciliation status. And just look at the sheer volume and the table of contents, you can immediately see it covers an incredible amount of ground, almost every aspect of federal policy. Let's dive into some of the most impactful areas, starting with what's covered under the Committee on Agriculture. That's
Mrs.
Title
Blackburn,
I
Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester,
All right, us off.
Mr.
Title I covers
Booker,
the Committee on Agriculture. And
Mr.
right away, we see
Bozeman.
pretty notable changes to nutrition programs and farm
Mrs.
policy.
Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn.
A foundational change is proposed to the Thrifty Food Plan in Section 1011. Now, this plan, for those maybe unfamiliar, it's the basis for calculating food stamp benefits officially, SNAP benefits, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It's designed to represent a low-cost, nutritious diet for different household sizes, and, well, any adjustments to it can directly impact the benefit levels for millions of Americans who rely on SNAP.
Okay, so changes to that base calculation.
Exactly. Beyond that, there are significant revisions to the able-bodied adults without dependents work requirements, often called ABLWD requirements for the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. That's in Section 1002. The bill proposes amending Section 6.3 to clearly define exceptions for these work requirements. Specifically, individuals under 18 or over 65, those medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, or parents with a dependent child under 7 years of age, they would be exempt. But it also includes a sunset provision. It states that certain other existing exceptions, beyond these new ones, will cease to have effect on October 1st, 2030. This signals a pretty clear intent to tighten the criteria for receiving benefits for able-bodied adults without dependents, potentially shifting more individuals into work or work training programs to maintain their eligibility.
So the bill is aiming for stricter definitions around who needs to work to receive benefits while still providing some, key exemptions. That sounds like a significant policy shift. What about how states manage these requirements? How might that impact beneficiaries?
Well, Section 1003...
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Adults without dependents waivers. It seems to give states specific, maybe more stringent parameters for requesting and receiving these waivers from
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
These waivers in areas with high unemployment or, not enough jobs, but this bill seems to be limiting that flexibility. And Section 1004 addresses a rather granular but potentially impactful detail.
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin,
availability of
Ms.
standard
Ernst,
utility
Mr.
allowances
Fetterman,
based on receipt
Mrs.
of
Fisher,
energy assistance.
Mr. Gallego,
This modifies how
Mrs.
utility allowances
Gillibrand,
are calculated
Mr.
for
Graham,
households receiving
Mr.
third-party energy
Grassley.
assistance, like from LIHEAP, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program.
Okay.
Crucially, it creates a differentiation between households with and without an elderly or disabled member. This means the rules for counting utility costs when determining food assistance eligibility would be more tailored. It could impact benefit levels for different household compositions, and while it aims to prevent a household from sort of double dipping on utility benefits if they're already getting energy assistance.
Interesting. So even the seemingly smaller details like utility allowances are getting a fine-tooth comb. It highlights a push for maybe precision in benefit calculation. And I see something about internet expenses too. It feels like a relatively new area for federal assistance programs.
Mr. Johnson,
You're right, it is. Section
Mr. Justice,
1005 includes
Mr. Kane,
restrictions on internet expenses
Mr. Kelly,
related to the federal
Mr.
share
Kennedy,
of allotment costs.
Mr. Kim,
For fiscal years
Mr.
2026
King.
and 2027, the federal share for these expenses is set at 100%. So the federal government covers the full cost initially.
Okay.
However, this then drops to 95% for fiscal year 2028 and each fiscal year after that. This isn't just a minor tweak, it implies a planned shift in financial responsibility over time. States would eventually need to pick
Ms.
up a larger
Klobuchar,
portion of
Mr.
the internet-related
Langford,
support
Mr.
within
Lee,
these nutrition programs.
Mr.
That
Lujan,
could potentially impact
Ms. Lummis,
state budgets and,
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley,
What changes
Mrs. Moody,
are proposed
Mr.
for
Moran,
commodity
Mr.
prices
Marino,
that could be
Mr.
critical
Mullen,
safety net for farmers
Ms.
and for
Murkowski,
Yeah,
Mr.
the bill
Murphy,
specifies new
Mrs.
revised
Murray,
reference
Mr.
prices for a
Ossoff,
wide range of covered
Mr. Padilla, Mr.
These are
Paul,
effective beginning with the
Mr.
2031
Peters,
crop year. That's
Mr.
Section
Reed,
1101.
Mr. Ricketts,
These reference
Mr.
prices, they're
Risch,
essentially a floor
Ms.
price.
Rosen,
If market
Mr.
prices
Rounds.
fall below this level, farmers become eligible for federal payments. To give you a sense of the detail,
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
5 cents per bushel, corn at $4.10, soybeans at $10 per bushel, even peanuts at $630 per ton.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
Detailed
trolling.
adjustments would significantly impact that financial safety net for farmers across different agricultural sectors. There are also detailed provisions about allocation of base acres for farms. That's how the government determines a farm's historical planting history for aid purposes. This allocation would consider planted acreage during the 2019-2023 crop years for covered commodities, and also any acreage prevented from planting during that period due to natural disasters like drought or flood. Notably, farms that didn't plant covered commodities for commercial harvest during this period, they'd be ineligible for new base acre allocation. That could impact newer farming operations.
Ms. Rosen,
That's quite
Mr.
specific,
Rounds,
really setting
Mr.
the stage
Sanders,
for future
Mr.
agricultural
Schatz,
support.
Mr. Schiff,
And I see a
Mr.
particular
Schmidt.
focus on crop insurance as well.
Mr. Schumer.
With a new pilot
Mr. Scott
program.
of Florida.
That sounds like maybe a novel approach to agricultural risk management.
Yes, that's a particularly notable and innovative provision. It's the Poultry Insurance Pilot Program in Section 1107. This program mandates the Federal Crop Insurance Corporation, that's an agency within the USDA, to establish index-based insurance for contract poultry growers. We're talking growers of broilers and laying hens, specifically against extreme
Mr.
weather
Schmidt,
events.
Mr. Schumer,
The program
Mr.
is set
Scott
to
of
begin
Florida,
in
Mr. Scott of South
2026.
Carolina, Mr.
Index-based
Sheehy,
insurance
Mr.
for poultry.
Sheehy,
Okay, yeah.
Ms.
It's a
Lotkin,
significant
Ms. Smith,
expansion
Mr.
of what
Sullivan,
federal crop
Mr.
insurance
Thune, Mr.
typically
Tillis,
covers.
Mr.
Instead of
Tuberville,
just
Mr.
protecting
Van
against
Hollen,
crop loss,
Mr.
this moves
Warner,
into protecting
Mr.
livestock
Warnock, Ms.
producers
Warren,
against
Mr.
weather
Welch,
impacts.
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr.
Specifically
Wicker,
for those
Mr.
operating
Wyden,
under contract,
Mr. Young.
where their income might be tied to performance metrics affected by extreme heat or cold. It's definitely a novel approach to risk management in a specific agricultural sector, reflecting maybe an evolving understanding of climate risks for different types of farming.
So targeted relief and new financial tools specifically for poultry farmers. What about broader conservation efforts or rural community support in this title?
The bill does extend funding for the Voluntary Public Access and Habitat Incentive Program, that's Section 101 SFB. It allocates an additional $10 million for each fiscal year from 2025 through 2031. This program incentivizes
Senators
private
voting in the
landowners to allow
affirmative.
public access to
Also
their land.
Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Wicker, no.
$1 million for improving the overall budgetary and programmatic infrastructure of the Office of the Secretary.
Mr. Ono, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Lummis, no.
Guarantees. That sounds intriguing, almost like the bill is trying to tackle the issue of rising college costs head on.
This is a truly new concept introduced in the bill, detailed in Section 30032, and it does aim directly at that core problem of unpredictable college costs. For award year 2028, 2029, and succeeding years, promise grants would be awarded to eligible institutions that provide a maximum total price guarantee for programs of study.
A price guarantee?
A price guarantee. And this isn't just some vague promise. This guarantee must be clearly published on the institution's website and marketing materials. It applies for a minimum guarantee period, which is tied to the average completion time for the program. The intent here seems to be to bring unprecedented predictability and transparency to college costs for students and families, so they know exactly what they'll pay for a degree program from start to finish, hopefully removing the fear of those year-over-year tuition hikes.
A literal price guarantee for college. That is a fascinating and potentially game-changing concept for families. How do institutions qualify for these grants? And what happens if students don't complete their programs, or, if the education doesn't lead to good outcomes?
Right, that's where the accountability piece comes in. Institutions have to meet specific requirements, including verifying student income and family size to ensure the grants target the intended beneficiaries. The bill also introduces a novel completion and earnings-based reimbursement percentage. That's in Section 30031E. For completing student cohorts, meaning groups of students who successfully earn their degree or credential, if the median value-added earnings are negative.
Value-added earnings?
Yeah, that's basically the earnings students gain because of their education, after accounting for factors like their prior experience and demographics. So if those median value-added earnings are negative, the institution's reimbursement
On this
percentage
motion,
is
the yeas
100%.
are 47,
Conversely,
the
if median
nays are
value-added earnings
53.
exceed
The
total
motion
price of the
is
program,
not
it's
agreed to.
0%. For non-completing student cohorts, the reimbursement percentage is tied to...
I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report it.
This reflects a very significant
The Senator
shift
from
towards
Delaware,
holding
Mr.
institutions
Coons,
accountable
moves
for student outcomes.
to commit the bill
Directly
H.R.
linking
1 to the
federal
Committee on
financial
Finance
aid
with
to measurable
instructions to
metrics
report
like
back
completion
forthwith.
rate
President, I ask for the reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, linking federal
Colleagues, the
funds directly
ugly
to
truth
success
about
metrics
this
like
so-called
completion and
big,
earnings
beautiful
is a
bill
clear signal that the
is that it
Department
will
of
kick
Education is looking
17
for
million
maybe a
Americans
return on
off their
investment
health
for
care.
federal aid dollars.
This
What about
bill cuts
regulatory
almost
relief
$1
of
trillion
Are there efforts
from
to
Medicaid
reduce
and
the
other health care
bureaucratic burden
programs
on institutions?
by tying people up
That's
in
another
red
key
tape.
component here.
Republicans will
Subtitle
tell
F,
you
Section
they're trying to
30051
improve
provides
Medicaid,
for regulatory
but the truth
relief.
is they're not.
Subtitle G, Section
It is cruel
30061
and dishonest
specifies
to
a
bury
limitation on
parents,
authority
kids,
of
and
secretaries to
seniors
propose or issue
in
regulations
paperwork
to
and then
effect.
blame them when they lose their health care, all to further rig our tax code for the very wealthiest. This week, I met with 30 nurses from Delaware. Their patients couldn't come to D.C., so they did. They care for seniors and newborns, families, and the disabled. And their ask to us, don't take health care away from tens of thousands of Delawareans and millions of Americans. Colleagues, support this Coons amendment to eliminate cruel and unnecessary red tape and allow Americans to keep the health care they need and deserve.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
as I look at this, the senator's motion is on work requirements. You know, back home we had a saying for people that had an aversion to work. We called it an allergy to work. But my question is, don't you think a job brings value, that it brings dignity? Do you not think that a job brings purpose and meaning to life? We have 7 million healthy American men across this country, working age, that aren't working right now. So yes, we want to encourage people to go back to work, but our bill, as you point out, actually preserves and protects it for those groups. Our bill makes it stronger, financially stronger, so that we can protect it and strengthen it for seniors in nursing homes, for people with disabilities, for pregnant women, and for children. Let's protect Medicaid for those who need it the most. I urge a no vote on this, and I'll never apologize for encouraging people to go to.
The question occurs on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman,
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
Mrs.
trolling.
Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. I'm just going to put this one in here. This is the biggest one. And I can help get the second one ready, just kind of depends on where we are. Oh, that's why I can't put this in there, because it's their thing. Oh, whoops. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
this motion, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that to be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments on the motion or motions. Number 1, Lujan, motion to commit. Number 2, Reed, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from New Mexico.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, recently a Republican colleague said regarding this bill's SNAP cuts, quote, "If we don't watch out, people are going to get hurt." He's right. People are going to get hurt. For the past 50 years, the United States of America has maintained a bipartisan promise to feed our children, our veterans, our seniors, and our working families. This bill betrays that promise. It cuts more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and SNAP, cuts that will harm all of our constituents. With this motion, I'm offering my colleagues the opportunity to step away from these devastating cuts, to show our fellow Americans that in this country, we care for our friends, family, and neighbors who need support. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can agree that this is a promise worth keeping. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from New Mexico. The agriculture title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move toward self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to
We
be
do a little
dependent
trolling. It's
on
called we do a
government
little
assistance.
trolling.
SNAP is long overdue for change. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, Medicaid is a lifeline for seniors. More than 7 million seniors get care through Medicaid, and 2 in 3 nursing homes residents pay for that care with Medicaid. The bill we are voting today takes away key revenue sources for states and nursing homes. Brown University School of Public Health has estimated that 579 nursing homes nationwide would be at risk of closing because of this bill. And even if nursing homes do not close, then they will have to reduce their beds. This motion would simply prevent any cuts in Medicaid that could lead to nursing home closures, something I believe we all can agree upon. And I would urge my colleagues to support this motion.
Idaho.
Madam President, Republicans are restoring integrity to the Medicaid program by closing loopholes and preventing states from exploiting Medicaid federal match rates. States' provider taxes for nursing homes and immediate care facilities are not phased down under this bill. Additionally, the bill repeals the harmful Biden administration's nursing home staffing rule that would have forced the closure of nursing homes and long-term care facilities. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Madam President, I ask
Senator
the
from Rhode
yeas and
Island.
nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
No. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Yes, sir. Yep. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Thank you. Gotcha. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Warner, and Whitehouse. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Haggerty, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Moran, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Thank you. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Whenever. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Dan Tinsley? Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Paul, no. But I said. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yes, you are. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Risch, no. Oh, absolutely. Ms. Lamas, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Crapo, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The majority whip.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendment be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment or motions, and that is OSOF 2696.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 2696 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia offers an amendment number 2696 to amendment number 2360.
Madam President, instead of adding trillions to the debt and tax cuts for the rich while destroying Medicaid and renewable energy, I propose we help our constituents afford health insurance. If we allow Affordable Care Act benefits to expire, as this bill would, more than 1 million Georgians will pay more for health insurance next year. A family of 4 in Clayton County making $65,000 a year, that's a $2,600 increase. Dougherty County, $2,200. Chattahoochee County, $2,300.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Liberty County, $2,600. Macon-Bibb County, $2,700. The AJC, our paper, reports 300,000 Georgians would lose insurance altogether. And that's on top of the cuts to Medicaid and hospitals. A vote against this amendment is a vote to gut the Affordable Care Act and raise health insurance premiums. I urge a yes vote.
The majority whip.
Madam President, this amendment would disproportionately hit our successful job creators throughout the country, harming workers, consumers, and local economies. Now that result runs directly contrary to the central themes of this bill, preventing a more than $4 trillion tax hike on all Americans, making permanent the Trump tax cuts, which proportionally benefit the middle class the most. But despite the Democrats' rhetoric, they're conflating two separate issues. Ensuring health care affordability and access requires thoughtful, deliberative, and real solutions. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle enacted costly and uncapped enhanced premium tax credits that use taxpayer dollars to mask underlying issues in the ACA market, such as declining value and fraudulent enrollment. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and instead work to reform the underlying issues in the market that drive costs for patients and families. Madam President, the pending amendment, number 2696, would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Finance Committee's Section 302A allocation of new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The senator from Georgia.
How much time do I have remaining?
The senator has 5 seconds.
A vote against this amendment will repeal Affordable Care Act benefits for your constituents and raise their health care premiums. And pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Bluetooth connected.
Mr. Banks.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
Good. It's good to see
see you back here. We have another busy week. On a scheduling note,
Mrs.
tomorrow,
Blackburn,
President Trump
Ms.
will
Blunt
travel to
Rochester.
the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien
Mr. Booker,
detention center
Mr. Bozeman.
located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis,
Mrs.
Congressman
Britt,
Byron Donalds,
Mr. Budd.
and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally
Ms.
known
Cantwell.
as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost
Mrs.
way
Capito,
to help carry
Mr.
out the
Cassidy, Ms.
largest
Collins,
mass
Mr.
deportation
Coons,
campaign in American history.
Mr. Cornyn,
We are truly coming off a historic
Ms. Cortez
week of President
Masto.
Trump racking up win after win on behalf of the American people.
Mr. Cotton,
President Trump restored
Mr.
peaceful
Kramer.
threats and acted decisively as commander-in-chief to obliterate the immediate threat
Mr.
of the Iranian
Crapo.
regime's nuclear capability.
Mr. Cruz.
And then brokered a ceasefire between
Mr.
Israel
Curtis.
and Iran, which continues to hold. Then, the president
Mr.
traveled to
Daines.
the Netherlands and achieved a monumental win for the United States and the NATO alliance by getting our allies to dedicate 5%
Ms. Duckworth.
of their GDPs to military spending. As a result of President Trump unleashing American
Durbin.
energy dominance, summer gas prices are at the lowest they have been in 4 years, heading into the July 4th week. And with the incoming Trump economic boom, the stock market continues to roar back, with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both hitting record highs. And on this point of an economic boom, I bring to
Ms.
you
Ernst,
original correspondence from
Mr.
the President of
Fetterman,
the United States to our Fed
Mrs.
Chair,
Fisher,
Jerome Powell. As the President has
Mr.
consistently
Gallego.
stated, the American economy is booming. And there were so many economic analysts who said that this president's policies would drive our economy down, when in fact we have seen the opposite. We've seen a massive deregulation campaign take place. We've seen inflation completely diminished from where it was under the reckless spending and the bad policies of the previous incompetent administration. I would
Mrs.
remind the
Gillibrand,
Fed
Mr.
Chair,
Graham,
and I would remind the entire world
Mr.
that this is a
Grassley,
president who was a businessman
Mr.
first,
Haggerty,
and he knows what he is doing. He has a
Ms.
proven
Hassan,
economic formula that worked in his first term as president, and it is working again.
Mr. Hawley,
The one problem that remains is
Mr.
high
Heinrich,
interest rates for the American people. The American
Mr.
people
Hickenlooper,
want to borrow money cheaply, and they should be able to do that. But unfortunately, we have interest rates that are still too high. So the president sent this note to the Fed chair today. And if you look at this chart, this is a chart of all of the interest rates of many countries throughout the world. At the top is Switzerland. They're only paying a quarter for interest rates. Cambodia, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Botswana, Barbados, Taiwan, Bulgaria, Cuba, Sweden, Morocco, Cabo Verde, South Korea, Algeria, Canada, Albania, Libya, Malaysia, China,
Mr.
New
Hoven,
Zealand, Trinidad and Tobago,
Mr. Husted,
Czechia, Bolivia, Australia,
Mrs.
Costa
Hyde-Smith,
Rica, the Bahamas, Kuwait, Papua New
Mr.
Guinea,
Johnson,
Bosnia, United Kingdom, and the UAE are all paying lower interest rates than the United States of America, which has one of the hottest and strongest economies in
Mr.
the world.
Justice,
The president sent this note to the Fed chair. It says, Jerome, you are as usual too late. You have cost the USA a fortune and continue to do so. You should lower the rate by a lot. Hundreds
Mr.
of
Kane,
billions
Mr.
of
Kelly,
dollars are being lost, and there is
Mr.
no
Kennedy,
inflation. And the president is right. There is
Mr. Kim,
historically low inflation thanks to his policies.
Mr. King,
And we will continue to drive down the cost of living in
Ms.
this country
Klobuchar,
for Americans. We will continue to deregulate. And it's also incredibly important that we pass this one big beautiful bill, which is the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's why
Mr.
the
Langford,
White House and the president himself have been in touch with lawmakers all
Mr.
week
Lee,
long to get this bill passed. And they are working very hard to do so. It
Mr.
remains a top
Lujan,
priority for the president. And this bill has exposed the clear differences between Republicans and Democrats in 2025. The Democrats are doubling down on craziness and radical policies
Ms.
that are
Lummis,
undermining the very fabric of
Mr.
our
Markey,
country. Just look at the
Mr.
Democrat
Marshall,
nominee for New York City Mayor, Zohran Mindami. He's a
Mr.
Democrat
McConnell,
socialist, really a
Mr.
communist,
McCormick,
who proudly calls to defund the
Mr.
police,
Merkley,
peddles anti-Semitism, praises pro-Hamas
Mrs. Moody,
groups,
Mr.
wants
Moran,
Israel abolished,
Mr.
and
Moreno,
believes wealthy Americans should not exist.
Mr. Mullen,
Those are his words, just as recent as this weekend. Meanwhile, under President Trump's leadership, Republicans are fighting tirelessly for everyday, middle-class, working
Ms.
Americans who
Murkowski.
re-elected this president. And we're carrying out a revolution of common sense, and all of that is packed into this one big, beautiful bill. It delivers the largest middle and working class tax cuts in U.S. history. It keeps America safe by funding the largest ever one-time investment in border security. It's enough to reverse the Biden border invasion. And every single Democrat is against that, against securing our border and deporting millions of criminal illegal aliens. The one big beautiful bill also strengthens.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little
Mr. Murphy.
Democrats are saying for eligible
Mrs. Murray,
American
Mr.
citizens to
Ossoff.
rely on it, like pregnant women,
Mr.
children,
Padilla, Mr.
seniors,
Paul,
and
Mr.
people with
Peters.
We do a little trolling. It's
Mr.
called we
Reed.
do a little trolling.
that threaten to destroy this program that was intended for the most vulnerable
Mr. Ricketts.
in our society. And every single Democrat in
We do a little
Congress
trolling.
is
It's called we do a little
against
trolling.
fraud and abuse in blocking the
Mr.
1.4
Risch.
million illegal aliens who are currently improperly receiving these benefits that should be going to American tax-paying citizens. The Democrats in Congress are more concerned with defending illegal aliens than they are hardworking Americans. And the big beautiful bill also revitalizes our military and enhances our defense
Ms. Rosen,
capabilities,
Mr.
protects
Rounds,
our country from emerging new threats
Mr. Sanders.
by funding a cutting-edge missile defense system called the Golden Dome. And as we all know, the one big beautiful bill makes the Trump tax cuts permanent. The White House and the president are adamant that this bill is passed and that this bill makes its way to his desk. Republicans need to stay tough and unified during the home stretch.
Mr. Schatz,
and
Mr.
we are
Schiff,
counting on them
Mr.
to get the
Schmidt.
job done. So, with that, we will take
Mr.
up
Schumer,
questions. John Frederick,
Mr.
in our
Scott
committee
of
today.
Florida,
John, thanks for being
Mr.
here.
Scott of South Carolina,
Thank you, Caroline. Let's get to the one big.
Mrs.
beautiful
Shaheen,
bill first. It appears now
Mr.
you're
Sheehy,
gonna get at least 50 votes in this.
Ms.
Senate
Slotkin,
vote
Ms.
some amendments.
Smith, Mr.
What is,
Sullivan,
the president's
Mr. Thune,
confidence level in getting 218
Mr.
votes
Tillis,
in the House by the end of
Mr.
this week,
Tuberville,
when decided on Friday?
Well, look, we are very well
Mr.
aware,
Van
the
Hollen.
president is very well aware that this bill needs to not only pass out of the Senate, but it needs to go back to the House, and we need
Mr.
the full
Warner,
weight of
Mr.
the Republican
Warnock,
Conference to get behind this bill, and we expect
Ms.
them to,
Warren,
and we are confident that they will. The president
Mr.
has been
Welch,
working hand in hand with Senate Majority Leader Thune,
Mr. Whitehouse,
and also our House Republican leader, or the Speaker
Mr.
of the House,
Wicker,
I'm sorry, Mike Johnson.
Mr.
Both
Wyden,
will be at the White House today.
Mr. Young.
The president, yet again, I believe they were here this morning, actually.
I have one follow-up.
Sure.
You outlined,
Senators voting in the affirmative.
Jerome Powell and the
Also
email
Brooks,
that the president
Baldwin,
sent to him.
Blumenthal, Blunt
There are many
Rochester,
who believe that
Booker,
Powell has
Cantwell, Cortez Masto,
politicized
Duckworth,
in ways.
Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey,
Why not just
Merkley,
fire Jerome Powell
Murray,
and put in somebody that is going to lower rates?
Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden.
For our country. But Jerome Powell cut rates numerous times ahead of the election.
Ms. Hassan,
when Joe Biden was in this Oval
aye.
Office, but now he refuses to when the economy is
Ms.
in a much better
Mrs.
place.
Gillibrand,
So there really is
aye.
a good
Ms. Hirono,
explanation for that, and the president is
aye.
rightfully calling attention to it.
Mr. Murphy,
On Iran,
aye.
the president posted on his
Senators voting the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker.
Thank you, Caroline.
Mr. Kennedy.
Does President Trump want Zoran
No.
Mamdani?
Mr. Hickenlooper.
I haven't heard
Aye.
him say that.
Mr.
I
Sheehy.
haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he
No.
does not want this individual
Ms.
to be
Alsa
elected.
Brooks.
I was just speaking to him about
Aye.
it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the president holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman, Andy Ogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings because he thinks
Miss
Mamdani,
Lummis. Miss Lummis.
misrepresented or concealed
No.
material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017. Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile use of the Attorney General?
Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. No.
Does President Trump see himself, you said you just talked to him about this.
Mr.
Does he
Schiff.
see himself working
Mr.
with
Schiff.
Mayor Mamdani somebody who, on Meet the Press
Aye.
this weekend, was given 3 chances to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, but he couldn't.
Yeah, look, the president is always willing to work with everyone. He's working with Democrats across the country, Democrat governors, and he said he'll work with people on the far left. He works with Republicans. He works with people in the middle. He wants to do what's right for America, but surely someone who holds these values and is quite literally a communist and condemns every value
Mr. Lee,
that makes
Mr.
this
Lee,
country great. Common sense,
no.
law and order, low taxes, working hard, and earning your keep in this country. He's against all of that, and I think the president would find it difficult to work with someone like that. If he is elected, I'm sure you'll hear more from the president on that, but we'll have to see. Hopefully the voters of New York City choose wisely. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president on Friday said that he was hopeful of a Gaza deal within the next week.
Ms. Smith,
Give us
Ms.
an update,
Smith,
any progress towards that?
Aye.
Any talks that the White House is having with Israel on that?
Sure. Well, I know that Mr. Dermer is in Washington this week to meet with senior officials here at the White House. I also know that this administration is in constant communication with Israeli leadership, and the president himself speaks frequently, as you know, to Prime Minister Netanyahu. But this has been a priority for the president since he took office, to end this brutal war in Gaza. It is because of this president that humanitarian aid is being brought into the region. It's heartbreaking to see the images that have come out from both Israel and Gaza throughout this war, and the president wants to see it end. He wants to save lives, and however, the main priority for the president also remains to bring all of the hostages home out of Gaza. As you know, his tireless effort has brought home many of the hostages, including all of the
Mr.
American
Tillis,
hostages who were
Mr.
held there.
Tillis,
So he wants to see both things
no.
happen, and we're
Mr.
continuing
Warnock,
to work
Mr. Warnock, aye.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline.
Ms. Klobuchar,
Response to Senator
aye.
Tillis's criticism.
Mr. Reed,
from the Senate floor yesterday,
aye.
Said,
Mr. Warner,
beautiful bill would betray
aye.
President
Mr.
Trump's
Curtis,
promise to protect Medicaid.
Well,
no.
he is just wrong. And the president and the vast majority of Republicans who are supportive of this legislation are right. This bill protects Medicaid, as I laid out for you, for those who truly deserve this program, the needy, pregnant women, children, sick Americans who physically cannot work. And what it does is it ensures that able-bodied Americans who can work 20 hours a week are actually doing so, and that will therefore strengthen and protect those benefits for Americans who need it, as well as cutting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as getting 1.4 million illegal aliens off of the program.
Mr.
So
Fetterman,
all of those measures
Mr.
are actually
Fetterman,
protected for those
aye.
who need it.
Mr.
That's the
Young,
president's position, and
Mr.
that's what
Young,
this bill does, and that's why Republicans need
no.
to vote for it and get it to the president's desk. Stephen.
Criticism from a Republican senator. Is that reason for concern for the passage of this?
No, it's not. We're confident this bill is going to be back at the White House by the 4th of July. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. On the New York mayoral race, does the president plan to make an endorsement? And secondly, on Jerome Powell, a lot of the focus obviously has been on interest rates and him keeping them high, but a new controversy
Mr. McCormick,
erupted today.
Mr. McCormick,
My colleague first
no.
reported that he's facing Chairman Jerome Powell is facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime, about luxurious details of the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation
Mr.
project.
Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty,
Called attention to this. Some
no.
experts want him to be investigated. Does the White House want these allegations investigated and, if found substantiated, punished?
I'll have to take a look at those allegations, and I will raise them to the president's attention and let him speak on them himself. To your first question regarding the mayoral race, the president was asked that yesterday by Maria Bartiromo. He refused to give an endorsement, so you won't get one from me.
Mr. Hawley,
unless he wants me to do that. Bill.
no.
Bill, go ahead. And then I can go to you.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. The president said that he's working on a temporary pause for immigration enforcement in certain industries. I'm wondering what you can tell us about how he's determining which industries are deserving of a pass. He mentioned farmers, but what about, say, construction workers? I mean, shouldn't there just be one standard here?
I don't have any more details to read out for you, but what I can tell you is that the White House is working closely every day with the Department of Agriculture as well as the Department of Homeland Security when it comes to workforce enforcement, worksite enforcement, I'm sorry. And the president's focus and the focus of this administration is, of course, to remove public safety threats from the streets and to deport as many of the illegal criminals, especially the violent criminals that we know are still here because of the previous administration. So that's the main priority.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen.
To the Office of the Director of
Aye.
National Intelligence, but now Senator Tom Cotton has put forward a bill that would cut the office by another 60%. What's the president's reaction to that legislation, and is this something that he would support, those additional cuts?
I don't know if the president's even aware of that legislation.
Mr. Justice.
I will get you a
Mr.
response if
Justice.
he's aware and if he wants to respond.
No.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned the dangerous wildlife at the alligator Alcatraz. Is that a design feature? Why is the president going with this mega bill in such
Ms. Murkowski.
precarious position?
Ms. Murkowski.
And then also, can you talk about this
No.
estimate that it would add about 11 million uninsured?
Well, look, when you have illegal murderers and rapists and heinous criminals in a detention facility surrounded by alligators, yes, I do think that's a deterrent for them to try to escape. We do know that some of these illegal criminals have escaped from other detention facilities, like one in New Jersey, which I know was recently reported on. So, of course, we want to keep the American people safe, and we want to remove these public safety threats from our streets, and we want to effectively detain them as best as we
Mr.
can.
Coons.
As for why the
Mr.
president
Coons.
is going, I think his trip to this detention
Aye.
facility actually underscores the need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, because we need more detention facilities across the country. The last administration let in nearly 20 million illegal
Mr.
people
Bennett.
from all over the
Mr.
world.
Bennett.
This administration is focused on arresting
Aye.
and detaining them. But in comparison to that 20 million illegal criminal population in our country, we only have 7,000 ICE agents in the interior who are doing this very important work. And so we obviously need more personnel, we need more resources, and that's why we need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill.
On the CBO's
Go ahead. Yes, in the pink.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you please share some details of China trade deal? Has
Mr.
the
Durbin.
US agreed to
Mr. Durbin.
some export,
Aye.
technology export restrictions?
Sure. Well, the final language that was agreed upon in both Geneva and
Mr.
in
Scott.
London,
Mr.
was
Scott
signed
of
this
South
past
Carolina.
week. Get you that final text of the
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Eamon, and then behind you.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. So on Jay Powell, has the president got a short list of who he wants to see as Jay Powell's successor, and is he going to name a successor as early as this summer?
I won't get ahead of the president on any announcements on that.
Does he like Scott Bessent for the job?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president.
And on TikTok, if you could, real quick, he said yesterday he's got a buyer, but the question there is, does he have a seller? And do you have any indication from the Chinese government that they've authorized a sale of TikTok to the U.S. or to U.S. buyers?
What I can tell you is that these discussions with China regarding the sale of TikTok have been ongoing at the highest level, and they will continue. As you know, we have another 90-day extension, and it's just to continue to work out this deal and make sure that TikTok stays on for the American people. That's the president's main goal in this, while protecting
Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. No.
The president has been calling for a deal in Gaza for 2 days and many posts. Who is blocking the deal? And one other thing, when he posted on Netanyahu's trial, also he said it interferes with the negotiations on Iran and on Gaza. What did he mean by that?
I'm sorry, to your second question?
When he posted about the Israeli Prime Minister trial, he
Yes.
said it interferes with the negotiations on Gaza and on Iran. What did he mean by that?
It interferes because it physically and logistically was interfering. The prime minister was slated to go to court last week when he's in the middle of negotiating a peace deal and bringing hostages out of a war-torn region. And so the president was simply, I think, emphasizing his empathy that he has for Bibi Netanyahu and seeing him go what he's going through with his own judicial system in the state of Israel. Clearly, the president knows that very well.
Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman.
Of a judicial system that
No.
was trying to put him in jail, as you all know. You all covered it. But President Trump prevailed. That's why he's back in the Oval Office, and he believes that Bibi Netanyahu is a great leader for the people of Israel. The president just worked with him closely to end that 12-day war and to obliterate Iran's nuclear facility, to take out that imminent threat, not just to the state of Israel, but also to the United States of America and the rest of the world. And he believes that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be praised for that. Go ahead.
Ms. Caroline, on the mega bill and the amendment that would limit Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, does the president want that amendment to pass?
The president wants this bill to pass. Meredith.
On trade, we have this looming July 9th deadline coming up. We heard the Treasury Secretary say that he expects to wrap up these trade deals by Labor Day, but when President Trump was asked yesterday about any extensions by July 9th, he said, I think that would be necessary. So is the President ruling out any extensions on trade for any nations, even if they're negotiating in good faith?
Well, you heard from him directly. He said he did not think that it would be necessary. He is going to set the rates for many of these countries if they don't come to the table to negotiate in good faith. And he is meeting with his trade team this week to do that. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I just watched a CNN segment on a new app called Ice Block, and it kind of appeared to be promoting this app where you can tell people where ICE agents are. Given the recent rise,
An app that tells people where ICE agents are?
Yes. And given the rise, I believe 500% increase in assaults on ICE agents, I wanted to see if you could comment on that and why CNN would be promoting such an app.
Well, it's a very good question. I'll have to go back and watch the clip myself, but surely it sounds like this would be an incitement of further violence against our ICE officers. As you know, as you stated, there's been a 500% increase in violence against ICE agents, law enforcement officers across the country who are just simply trying to do their jobs and remove public safety threats from our communities. And that's something we as Americans, including journalists at CNN who live in many of these cities where illegal aliens are hiding and were let in from the previous administration, should be very grateful for. So we haven't seen the clip. We'll take a look at it, but certainly it's unacceptable that a major network would promote such an app that is encouraging violence against law enforcement officers who are trying to keep our country safe.
Caroline,
Shelby.
I just wanted to get a clarification on the Senator Rick Scott's amendment. It sounds like the president is agnostic about whether it's attached. Is that accurate?
Look, I'm not going to get into the details of the discussions that are ongoing right now, but the president wants these senators to come to a conclusion, to get this bill back to the White House as soon as possible and make sure that it's a piece of legislation that can make its way back through the House as well. So obviously there's some ping-ponging between both sides of Capitol Hill right now, but that's why Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson are working with the president in lockstep every step of the way. In the back, News Nation, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president did
and then
announce.
in front of you, yes.
In front of. The
Sure,
president
I'll take
did.
both of you.
The president did announce last week that the trade deal with India is closed, and this could happen anytime soon. Are there any roadblocks as of now? Are there any updates on that? And how does the president see this about China's role or its influence in the Indo-Pacific region?
Sure, yes. The president said that last week, and it remains true. I actually just spoke to our Secretary of Commerce about it. He was in the Oval Office with the president. They are finalizing these agreements, and you'll hear from the president and his team, his trade team, very soon when it comes to India.
And on China? Counter China on that front?
Yes, I mean, look, India remains a very strategic ally in the Asia Pacific, and the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Modi, as you know, and he will continue to have that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. On the reconciliation bill, Senator Tillis from the floor yesterday seemed to suggest President Trump was getting bad counsel on the effects of the bill. Is President Trump aware of the analyses, and there are several of these, that suggest if rural hospitals potentially close, if there are Medicaid patients in the millions that become ineligible for that?
Yes, and that claim is just simply untrue. Rural hospitals comprise 7% of all hospital spending on Medicaid, and that illustrates that they have not benefited from the massive increase of waste, fraud, and abuse under the Biden administration. So this bill strengthens Medicaid. It will protect those benefits that hardworking Americans need, and that's why the president wants this bill to pass. The senator was wrong. The president put out a Truth Social post addressing it, and then the senator announced he's no longer running for office anymore. So I think that case has been closed, and the White House is continuing to focus on getting this legislation to the president's desk for his signature. Go ahead. Yes, you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, you and then you. There's confusion here.
A question on Syria.
Go ahead.
Has the Syrian government get back to you that they are ready to join the Abraham Accord? Is there any discussion with the Syrian and Israeli government for having a security agreement? Is the first question. And the second question, what's the end goal for talking with the Iranian? Is that only focused on the nuclear program, or they are willing to speak about other issues like the proxy groups and ballistic missiles, or even trade with Iran?
So as for discussions between Syria and Israel, you'll have to reach out to those respective governments. I can't comment on that. But what I can tell you is that this afternoon, the president will be signing an executive order to terminate the United States sanctions program on Syria. And this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path to stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. And this is, again, an action that the president promised and shocked the world with in Saudi Arabia, because he's committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, unified, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. The president met with Syria's new president when we were in the Middle East, as you know, and so this is another promise made and promise kept by this president to promote peace and stability in the region.
I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Questions on 2 topics, if you don't mind.
Sure.
At the desk.
Bluetooth
sorry.
disconnected.
We haven't turned it in yet. Okay. On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Senator Blunt, Rochester, motion to commit.
Without objection? I now recognize the senator for Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, moved to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in one of the richest countries in the world, we have maternal and infant mortality crises. In fact, we have the highest maternal mortality rate among wealthy nations. Today, Medicaid is the single largest payer of maternity care in the United States, covering 40% of births nationwide and nearly half of the births in our rural communities. Obstetric units, particularly in rural hospitals, are closing at alarming rates, actually creating maternity deserts in this country. And a reason why? Low Medicaid hospital rates. To be blunt, now is not the time to be slashing the Medicaid program. My amendment would stop cuts to Medicaid used for vital hospital services, especially labor and delivery rooms. Leader Thune said it himself earlier today that Medicaid should be for pregnant moms. So, my colleagues, we have a choice. Do we stand for billionaires or do we stand up for moms and babies? For Democrats, the choice is clear, and I urge my Republican colleagues to vote yes on the motion to support families over billionaires. I yield back.
The questions on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Blumenthal, Murray, Merkley. Mr. Banks. Yeah, I'll get him. Thanks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. I'm coming. Okay, good. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do
Mr.
a little
Markey,
trolling.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr.
We do a
Moran,
little trolling. It's called we do a
Mr.
little
Marino,
trolling.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett,
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, and Whitehouse. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Ossobrooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Capito, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Boy. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Markey, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Risch, no. I'm okay, I'm all right. Thank you, though.
I'm good, thanks.
Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Graham, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
On this motion, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following.
Can we have order on the floor, please?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent it be in order for the following senator to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment to be in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment or the motions. Warren, 2414.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2414 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Massachusetts, Ms. Warren, proposes an amendment number 2414 to amendment number 2360.
Senator from Massachusetts? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the financial watchdog to keep people from getting cheated on credit cards and mortgages and Venmo and payday loans and a zillion other transactions. When this financial cop can't do its job, there is no one else in the federal government to pick up the slack. The CFPB has returned over $21 billion to more than 205 million Americans who were cheated by big banks and giant corporations. That is why this agency is popular across the country. But from the beginning, Republicans in Congress have been trying to kill it, and now they want to slash the CFPB's modest funding cap almost in half. Not to save working people money, but to make it easier for corporations to trick and trap millions of people. Scammers love this Republican move. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support the CFPB, the little agency that fights for all Americans. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Section 30001 is purely budgetary and changes the CFPB's funding cap from 12% to 6.5%. It would provide the agency with ample funding to perform its statutory mandate. The funding available to the agency will grow each year as it is adjusted for inflation. There is nothing more budgetary than Congress deciding the funding level of an agency. I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Mr. President.
Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, good. Yeas and nays. Yeas and nays.
Mr. President, look, all this is about
Mr. President.
No, yeas and nays.
I'm sorry, I asked for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
I asked.
Senator, for point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The pending amendment number 2414 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Banking Committee's Section 302A allocation of a new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin.
Sufficient second right here. It's like 50%.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan,
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Heinrich,
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt,
Yeah, warning bell.
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schott, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Welch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Rounds, No. Mr. Hoven? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. King? Aye. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Lujan? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett? Aye. Ms. Also Brooks? Ms. Also Brooks? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Justice? Mr. Justice? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Tuberville? No. Mr. Sheehy? No.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
I recognize that they're still in the vote. On the vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Cornyn number 2705 and Merkley number 2446.
Without objection.
They'll speak against it and then raise a point of order, and then you do.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2705, and I ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, proposes amendment number 2705 to amendment number 2360.
Not be used to fund health care for illegal immigrants. Border Patrol talks about push factors and pull factors. One of the pull factors for illegal immigration is the knowledge that people will be able to receive various benefits once they make it into the country. We need legal immigration, which has been one of the greatest gifts to our country we've ever had. Illegal immigration has been an unmitigated disaster. But here the problem is states are using their Medicaid funds to pay for health care for illegal aliens. We don't want to, for the safeguard for our citizens or seniors and most vulnerable individuals to be dissipated on behalf of people who should not be here in the United States in the first place. It's only common sense to reduce federal funding to states and provide state-based Medicaid dollars for illegal immigrants. At least we should be able to agree on reducing federal fundings for state to provide Medicaid to criminal aliens convicted or charged with sex offenses, human trafficking, domestic or child abuse, murder or manslaughter, or child pornography.
Senator's time has expired. I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule, Section 313B1D of
We
the
do a little
Congressional Budget Act
trolling. It's called we
1974.
do a little trolling.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move.
Mr. President, once again, Republicans have chosen the comforting embrace of partisan politics, but here's a few facts to cut through the noise. 0 federal dollars are spent on health coverage. Second, this policy dictates how states spend their own funds. What happened to states' rights? Third, this policy violates innocent until proven guilty, because it even talks about those charged with a crime. But most importantly, what this amendment says is that if one person, despite state law, through a bureaucratic mistake, is receiving funds, then the whole state pays a price and has their rate on expanded Medicaid changed from 90% to 80%. This is a backdoor for 41 states, which includes the majority Republican states, to reduce the federal match from 90% to 80%, with huge, huge impact on the coverage of individuals across this country. Haven't we done enough damage already to the fundamental principle of health care without this collective punishment of American citizens by reducing the state funding from 90% to 80%? I renew my point of order.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
Yes.
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsubrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Moody, Marino, Ossoff, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, and Young. Mr. Crapo, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Welch, and Whitehouse. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Capito,
We do a little trolling.
Aye.
It's called we do a little trolling.
Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Okay. Yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2446 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposed an amendment number for himself and others, number 2446 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, this amendment is about defending the integrity of our legislative process. Every now and then, a new strategy creates either the appearance of conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest. And that is the case with elected officials promoting or selling crypto coins in which they have a personal financial stake. The coins cost little to make, so the buyers know they're enriching.
Order on the floor, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. These digital coins cost little to make, so buyers know they're enriching the elected officials selling them. Some people believe, therefore, that perhaps they can influence government policy by buying these coins, enriching individuals who serve in government and therefore change policy. In fact, a buyer of $2 million of meme coins announced that he bought the coins to get favorable consideration of a change in freight policy. My friends, the sale of crypto coins by any of us for the financial benefit is corrupting our responsibility to govern by and for the people. Vote aye to defend the integrity of our We the People government.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
I rise to express my opposition to the amendment proposed by my colleague from Oregon and others. I appreciate their concerns about ethics and transparency in government, but this amendment would inflict serious harm on American innovation and competitiveness. And for that matter, it applies to the adult children directly or indirectly, of elected and non-elected officials. It goes too far. If we had passed something like this in the early days of the internet, we would have sent a clear message that America is closed for business when it comes to digital innovation, and that's what we risk doing now. That's the last thing we want to be doing. The irony is this amendment would actually harm our government's ability to understand and regulate digital assets effectively. If we're serious about ethics in financial products, let's focus on real solutions and all financial products, not just digital. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule. Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 313 of that act for the purpose of the pending amendment. I ask nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Capito, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
can do that. We good? On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn in not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Murray, number 2771.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I call it my amendment number 2771, ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray, proposes an amendment number 2771 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, my amendment is about a really important issue that has not gotten near enough attention for how devastating it will be for women in our country. Republicans' bill will cut millions of women off from birth control, cancer screenings, essential preventive health care that they will not be able to afford anywhere else. And it will shutter some 200 healthcare clinics in our country. And it will take another step towards enacting Republicans' plan for a backdoor nationwide abortion ban. How does it do this? By defunding Planned Parenthood. This is a long-sought goal of anti-choice extremists. No surprise, it is overwhelmingly unpopular with the American people. But Republicans are bent on ripping away any access to abortion care and happy to cut off this life-saving care. No matter that, women may not have another place to get the care that they can afford or another place they can get any care at all. This amendment that I'm offering will strip this awful provision to defund Planned Parenthood from this bill and protect health care access for the millions of patients who rely on Planned Parenthood health centers.
Senator's
Thank you,
time.
Mr. President. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President,
The senator from Mississippi.
I object to the senator's motion to strike the provision establishing a common sense protection of taxpayers' dollars by prohibiting abortion providers from receiving Medicaid funds for 1 year. There was a time when protecting American tax dollars from supporting the abortion industry was an uncontroversial, nonpartisan effort that we could all get behind. Even if we had opposing views on protecting the dignity of human life, this provision does not target any one entity. If a medical provider wishes to stay within the Medicaid program, it should simply cut elective abortion procedures from its services. Mr. President, the pending amendment number 2771 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Finance Committee's Section 302A allocations of the new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I got him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, got you, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, I did, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Burkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, thank you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Thank you. Senator Blackburn. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Smith, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Rounds, Florida, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Kim. Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Aye. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Fetterman.
We do a little trolling.
Aye.
It's called we do a little
Mr.
trolling.
Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. No. Could I have a? Yeah. Do you mind? Thank you. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, no.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Blackburn, number 2401.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment.
Senator from Tennessee.
I call up my amendment number 2401 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, proposes an amendment number 2401 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Millions of vulnerable Americans, including the disabled, elderly, and low-income children, depend on Medicaid for vital health care services. But waste, fraud, and abuse are pushing this program to the point of insolvency. According to one estimate, there were more than $1 trillion in improper payments over the last decade. To protect Medicaid for those who truly need it, this corruption must end, including by removing the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently exploiting the program. My amendment would close a loophole that allows illegal aliens to receive Medicaid coverage for up to 90 days by blocking federal taxpayer dollars from funding benefits for prospective beneficiaries until their citizenship or lawful presence is verified. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered. The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, the Blackburn Amendment penalizes innocent people who are eligible for Medicaid coverage and are waiting to cut through a thicket of red tape and get health care. This can go on for months and months and defies basic fairness and common sense. The parliamentarian has already ruled that the federal government, if it does this, it would be coercive and not acceptable under the reconciliation rules. This is a distraction from Republican attempts to decimate the Medicaid benefit, and I therefore raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule, Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The question is on the motion to waive.
Ms. Alsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Lankford. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Peaceful. On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 47. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment in order prior to a vote in relation to amendments or motions. Kane, motion to commit, and Blumenthal, motion to commit.
Without objection. I have a motion to commit at the desk. Clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 30% of the federal workforce is veterans, compared with only 6% of the overall workforce. The Trump administration has fired more veterans than any administration in the history of the United States. Derek Copeland, as an example, was a 20-year Air Force veteran who trained bomb-sniffing dogs. He then took a job with the Department of Agriculture to train dogs to sniff out illegal agricultural products. He was fired 11 days before the end of his probationary year. His termination letter said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." He said, "I gave blood, sweat, and tears to this country for 20 years to continue service to the federal government. I feel like I've been thrown out like a piece of trash." My motion hits pause on this bill and would stop mass firing of veterans because it's wrong, and I would ask my colleagues to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montana.
Well, I thank my colleague, the other Tim, for his concern for our veterans. I feel compelled to note that this motion alone would stop the big, beautiful bill in its tracks. I've been asking for months, where was the Democrat outrage similarly when we laid off tens of thousands of veterans and contractors during the COVID vaccine hesitancy pandemic? There were no due process and no consideration for their service was given. Democrats trying to nitpick and derail this bill by disguising the fact that they are advocating for the largest tax increase in the history of mankind, a $4 trillion tax increase. That's what they're really advocating for. This is also completely unnecessary. Federal law requires the Office of Personnel Management to consider military preference in hiring within our federal workforce. We have to stop using veterans as political pawns. The best thing we can do for veterans is have a strong, capable federal government that is fiscally sound. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Do I have remaining time?
6 seconds.
We can stop this, and we should. President Trump's only been in office 6 months, and he's already fired more veterans than any president in American history. Please vote yes.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Booker, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Marshall? No. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Coons, aye.